thank you for the opportunity to actually see them film.
Documentary photographs are existing at this exhibition.
Yeah, and they're also in the collection in Munich, in the Bachhaus.
Love to show you. Yeah, so thanks for the opportunity to actually see the film, which I haven't had the chance to before. Yeah, a very warm welcome also from my side to this one-day symposium, Gerhard Richter, Painting by Other Means, that explores Richter's work from an interdisciplinary and intermedia perspective, and that is conceptualized by my wonderful colleague, Francis Guerin, and organized in cooperation with the Gerhard Richter Archive. My name is Kerstin Schankweiler. I'm a professor for Bildwissenschaft im globalen Kontext, something like image studies in a global context, at the Institute of Arts and Music at the Technical University of Dresden. And it's a great pleasure and honor for me to take you through the program, introduce our international speakers, and moderate the symposium today. Also welcome to people watching and listening the stream the live stream of this event online. So we already started 1 hour ago, but the live stream only started now. First of all, I want to thank our Dresden concept partner, the Staatliche Kunstsammlung Dresden, Dresden State Art Collections, and here the Gerhard Richter Archive. Especially Kerstin Küster and Dietmar Elger for organizing this event with Francis. A warm thank you also to Hilke Wagner and the Albertinum for hosting us in this lecture hall here that already a little bit feels like home for me, because we organized another conference here last year, and there's another one that we organize next year, so I really like these rooms. And please allow me to say a few words on the extraordinary supporting structures at my university that made this cooperation between the TU Dresden and the Staatliche Kunstsammlung actually possible. The TU has a great fellowship program that you all should check out. This program allows us to bring in colleagues from outside Germany, which has been incredibly enriching and really, I have to say, one of the best parts of working at the TU Dresden, I have to say. So a big thank you goes to Peter Rosenbaum, who's already also here today, and his team at the International Office for fostering such a fruitful research environment. So Francis is actually a senior fellow in this program and came to Dresden and our institute for a 3-month stay to continue her research on Gerhard Richter and work on her book project. Yeah, Francis, it has been such a great pleasure to have you here, and I thank you so much for giving talks, for contributing to teaching. The students really loved Francis. To be my exhibition buddy and a fantastic interlocutor. So I'm very proud and excited that we today witnessed the highlight of your stay in Dresden, this symposium. And it's only through you that our institute is cooperating with the Gerhard Richter Archive, which is just wonderful and such a gain for us. So also thank you for this, Francis. Before I now introduce Francis as the first speaker, let me give you some organizational details again, especially for the people now watching online. We already saw Gerhard Richter's film Volker Bratke that I hope we will again also come back to during our discussion in the end. What will now follow are 2 talks by Francis Guerin and Guy Châtel, and then there will be a lunch break from 12:30 to 2 o'clock. After the lunch break, we will hear the 3rd talk by Aline Guillermet, and we will then have about an hour for a really extensive and conceptual panel discussion with all our speakers, where we will try to bring together again the threads from the presentations. However, if you have direct questions, as Kerstin already said, please just let me know, and the speakers are happy to take them and answer them right away. The symposium will then conclude with an exhibition tour that is unfortunately not for people watching online by Francis and Kerstin Küster that the people who are here are invited to, and that then gives us the opportunity to informally continue our discussions, also immediately test the new perspectives and the fresh insights that we have gained throughout the symposium. So that's going to be great fun, I think. Yeah, it is now my great pleasure to introduce Frances Guerin. Frances is a senior lecturer in film at the School of Arts at the University of Kent. She also teaches at Parsons School of Design in Paris. Frances was educated in literature and art history and earned a PhD in cinema studies at NYU. Her research addresses questions of vision, visuality, and perception in the 20th and 21st century, issues of modernism and abstraction, photography, and early cinema, especially in Germany in the 1920s, as well as in Nazi Germany. And she also worked on questions of witnessing and visual culture. Frances' research has been supported by the German Academic Exchange Service, by the Leverhulme Trust, the European Commission for Marie Curie Intra-European Fellowship, from the British Academy and the Arts and Humanities Research Council, and now we also have to say from the TU Dresden Fellowship Program. Her publications include Through Amateur Eyes, Film and Photography in Nazi Germany from 2011, the edited volume on Not Looking, The Paradox of Contemporary Visual Culture from 2015. She wrote A History of Modern Painting under the beautiful title The Truth is Always Gray, published with University of Minnesota Press in 2018. Her latest book publication is a monograph on the American abstract painter Jacqueline Humphreys that came out last year. In Dresden, she is finishing her book manuscript entitled Cinematic Portrait Painting, in brackets, not about Gerhard Richter. And we are now hearing her talk, Cinematic Portrait Painting of Death, from the context of this new book. So please enjoy Frances' talk, and the floor is yours.
Can we put the lights down a little or not? Is that
it's a little bit problematic.
so? The film scholar wants everything in the dark. in the dark. First of all, thank you so much, Kirsten Schunkweiler, for that very warm introduction. And I also just want to start off with some thank yous. First of all, I wanted to thank Peter Rosenbaum and his team in the International Office at TU Dresden for making the first of all, for making my stay here in Dresden possible, and also for supporting this day and making this day possible. Secondly, I wanted to thank Kerstin Schwankweiler and her team and everyone at the Art History Institute at TU Dresden, who have been the most wonderful, warm, welcoming hosts to me. And I also wanted to thank Kerstin Küster from the Gerhard Richter Archive, who has made going to work in an archive total joy. And sometimes some of the secrets that I learn in the archive make me feel as though I'm doing something illegal. It's been this incredible experience of discovery and surprises, and it really has been, for these 3 months for me, have been one of the richest experiences of my career, really from the warmth and the welcome that I've been given by the TU Dresden, and what I've learned here has been, I will take with me. And I've been working on Richter for 20 years, so it really has been such a pleasure and an honour and a treat to be here, and I'm very grateful to everybody who's made this possible. And so here we go. So I'm going today to present on the death chapter and the portraits of death. Okay, so the literal depictions of death in Gerhard Richter's work need no elaboration. I've done it. I've already done it wrong. Just use this.
Yeah, you can.
It's not working.
So then you have to use.
That, I think that is,
Yeah.
okay now. Yeah, there we go. The literal, thank you. The literal depictions of death in Gerhard Richter's work need no elaboration. The 18th of October cycle from 1988 portrays the deaths of the Baader-Meinhof gang. To this we could add September from 2005, a small painting of the moment the airplane hit the first of the Twin Towers on September 11, 2001. And most recently, the 2014 Birkenau cycle, in which 4 large abstract paintings are typically placed at the heart of a complex, multifaceted installation that references the death and destruction of the Nazi Holocaust. One of the earliest paintings to be included in the catalogue raisonné is that of Dead, a painting after a newspaper photograph of the body of a man crushed under a large block of ice. Then, as we see, the body is wiped away by a brush to resemble a cloud of dark grey paint. This same searing of the image to effect bleak visions of death is repeated throughout Richter's oeuvre, as in here of a tourist eaten by lions in a chilly grey image. We also conceive or imagine death and stillness in works that have no representational or referential content. For example, Grey Bark on your right, an early abstract grey painting, is a certain type of a portrait of death. The ridges left by a thick paint-laden brush show short, deliberate strokes, creating a dense, opaque surface. Scraping, feathering, overpainting appears repeatedly across the oeuvre, achieved through different techniques. In addition, Grey Bark is the colour of sludge, a dense, opaque and intransigent grey. This use of paint in this particular grey work works to stultify. It is the opposite of fluidity and ethereality. It is a form of death, annihilation in and through painting. Critics have written on these appearances of death and those imagined by the viewer of Richter's paintings. A number have remarked on the destructive process of painting as the visibility of death on its surface. Robert Storr has also identified a search for death across the oeuvre. We might conclude that death permeates Richter's vast body of work. There are many ways that death is seen, intuited, imagined, and felt in the experience of Richter's work, and not only in the content of painting. And today, I want to take the discussion one step further, to think about how images of death are not simply about dying or human mortality, but that they are kinetic, and that death is invoked, imagined, conceived, and sometimes seen through movement. And we see it through movement on the surface of painting, in interaction with other works, in installation that create reflections, refractions, disruptions, disorientation, while the visitor navigates in motion a non-linear passage through and around Richter's installations. As a result, Richter's images, portraits of death, engage in discourses beyond mortality. Their cinematicness, i.e. their moving, often insubstantial images, revealing and playing out in time. Pictures of death appear and disappear in multiple shadowy ghosts lurking around Richter's paintings. And over time, these works, together and often on their own, traffic between life, death, proliferation through reproduction, imagining concepts and things beyond their immediate representation and reference to death. So, in summary of what I am arguing is that bringing a cinematic understanding of the works as images that move through time, Richter's visible process of creation is something that happens in time, the blurry surfaces, the moving viewers' encounter with the works in conversation with each other. All of this enables us to see something more, something bigger, something beyond death. We discover this kinetic play between stillness and motion, darkness and light, illusory objects in impossible spaces. By turns, it's not necessarily hope or some kind of redemption or revivification, but a reflection on the dark, blurry vision, multiplied and reflective as a lens through which to know the world. And of course, this is the hazy peripatetic vision from Volker Bradke in 1966. And so if the film is a way of seeing the world, patterns of light and dark, shadows, a treatise on movement, filmed through the projector, between embodiment and shadows, shadows alive in an unidentifiable space, the artist and subject, i.e. people, interchangeable across time. This is the language through which Richter searches for a visual vocabulary across decades on the march towards death. A kinetic play between these very same concepts and depictions has been theorised as the preoccupation of the cinema in its earliest manifestations. Early cinema was fascinated to the point of obsession with death and destruction. Train crashes, electrocuted elephants, execution of criminals, and here executions of queens, demolition of buildings, and dancing skeletons were some of the cinema's favourite subjects in its first 10 years. Death and destruction facilitated filmmakers' demonstration of the science and magic of cinema. And like magic, the technologically mediated moving image had the potential to bring people and skeletons back to life, as happens in this film. As Marianne Doan says, the cinema's, and I quote, technical promise is to capture time, immortality, the denial of the radical finitude of the body, access to other temporalities, and the issues of the archivability of time, end quote. So if the photograph was able to memorialise the dead, across its still frames in motion, the cinema reverses this inevitability of death and stillness. Or alternatively, as Tom Gunning says, in the cinema, death and life interpenetrate. That's his words. Film viewers were delighted and entertained, brought to life, by the disasters and dangers in the early cinema, and of course, their consequent undoing and reversal. Now, of course, Richter does not use the technological apparatus of cinema on which these ontological interpretations rest. He uses different media, but he draws on the effects of undoing stillness and death through movement, chance, precarity, at least theoretically, to define this confused relationship between vision and knowledge as we experience it. Put differently, he creates paintings that we might see as behaving cinematically. Not so much to revivify, as I say, but to reflect on this quality of vision and seeing. For Richter, painting has the capacity also to rupture time, to reconfigure space, and to perpetuate ad infinitum. And this is so particularly for Richter's works in reproduction and exhibition. where we watch them engage an endless performance of evasion, bringing ghosts and shadows into the light, heralding ends and deaths that nevertheless transmute into something else. And so these are the two things that I'm going to talk about, the reproduction and then when the works are put into installation. I keep going to... Candles and skulls conventionally symbolise the march towards death in art history. Candles show the passing of time, the burning of light into darkness, a gradual disappearance of the wax household object, symbolising the fragility of life and the history of art. In a painting such as Two Candles on the left, the flame on the left flickers. It is faltering and vulnerable in an imagined wind. As it leans toward the smaller candle on the right, the left flame is shown to be further weakened. Time is passing in this image. Candles in art history are often connected to knowledge, insight, enlightenment. The light of the candle in works such as The Astronomer by Candlelight illuminates the astronomer's book and his face, suggesting wisdom and giving the image, as well as the man, clarity and power. In Richter's candle, the light shed by the flames is diffuse and dim, under threat from darkness of what looks to be an encroaching shadow filling the right side of the painting. In the Atlas photos with which these candle paintings began, a table is visible, giving context to the candles. Without the table, candle holders an indication of where they are in a three-dimensional space of the room, the candles are removed from reality, abstracted. Consistent with this abstraction, in the painting, the foreshortened space in which the candles sit removes them from a material reality. And further, time is passing through the flickering flame, but the light is penumbral, and any knowledge gleaned through this vision is obfuscated. Richter then puts the candles through an ongoing process of production and reproduction to perpetuate, or that effectively perpetuates, illusions, keeping the flame alive, so to speak, over time in multiple spaces. So, for example, the second and third version of the Two Candles from 1982 were overpainted and made into abstract paintings. As you can see, there's a photograph. A process of transformation. Today, though, I want to talk about I want to move to another single candle from 1982, so from the same year. In 1989, Richter produced offset prints of paintings of the single candle on paper and proceeded to wipe them with black paint before mounting. Even as the candle still burns, that of the painting through reproduction and of print underneath oil, particularly in the one on the right. The black oil, covering the candles adds a layer of doom to an already threatened flame. A year earlier, in 1988, he produced an offset print based on the same painting, laterally reversed, and in another gesture of wiping away the candle, signed his name across the middle in black chalk. Helmut Friedel reads the signature as creating an object of the artwork, the artist's signature affirming the value of the print. But this is an addition of 250, multiple repeated images of which the original is itself a painting of a manipulated photograph in mirror image. And the painting from which the print was made has a green background, not a brown one, as we see in the print. In other words, there's no pretense to authenticity or originality. If the artist's signature is a stamp of value, it is surely ironic. The signature is written by hand across each iteration of the print, but as such reinforces a superficiality or the reproduced quality of the image and the signature. Adding to this irony, Richter signed 3 of the prints with the names of fellow artists, Joseph Beuys, Gail Baselitz. So it seems more logical to read the chalk signature and oil overpainting as a questioning rather than confirming the value of the artwork. The overpainting and chalk inscriptions over reproductions of manipulated reproductions thus become a form of visual cancelling of the print itself, a cancellation and yet a perpetuation of painting. Returning to the shadow of death and time passing over candles, in the addition on the left, overpainting extinguishes the light of the flickering flame. The foreshortened space in the painted candle becomes a surface, depth removed from the image. This draining of the quote-unquote aura of the so typical of early non-theatrical film forms is taken one step further when 2 candles is placed on the scaffolding in front of the Neue Sächsische Kunstverein in Dresden in 1995. As Armin Zweiter says, the transience and metaphoric significance of the candles is removed altogether once the work is reproduced in scaffolding. The painting has become a public hoarding. These paintings and prints are endlessly reproducible to the point where their fidelity to an absent original is no longer relevant. What matters is that the image lives on, well beyond the time signalled by a burning flame. As if it moving past our eyes on a film strip, these still images of death are put into motion through reproduction and transformation. But of course, that motion is compromised because time is flattened, interruptive, and non-linear because of its reproduction. Seen cinematically, Richter's memento mori are illusions, mere shadows of the reality through which they stalk. In their eventual status as scarred prints, no longer dependent on a substantial, material painted original for identity, Richter's candles reflect on the power and play of light and darkness in motion over time to tantalise and eviscerate. Coming back to Volker Bradke, the blurry figure moving in and out of the frame, the shifting in and out of abstraction, the interchangeability of artist and subject, artist and filmmaker, the disappearance of figures. All of this is about death because it is about our inability to see, a blindness and confusion that comes through looking at images, through reproduction, in motion, the ephemerality of the truth, inauthenticity as the only truth or precision in the image. The filmically inflected aesthetic, its movement through time in and out of abstraction, is repeated across the oeuvre. The same motion between narratives of life and death and revivification and the imagination of what is not visible to the human eye was, of course, the province of the cinema in the early cinema as well. So they didn't just show death, but it was also in the way that the cinema was interruptive. It was a peripatetic experience, often very disruptive, of seeing the world. That's what audiences enjoyed at the time. Okay. So in 2017, Richter produced an edition of dissect prints fused with grey glass. Skull from 2017, which you see here on the right, after Skull on the left. Two of the highly reflective pictures were first exhibited at the Museum Folkwang in Essen. The mirrored images were placed side by side, making it impossible to see the skulls without the reflections of the museum, the visitors, and/or other paintings. So I'm going to conclude with a discussion of this unique artwork as perhaps the most vivid embodiment of Richter's concern with death, the evanescence or death of the image, and the viewer's implication in a cinematic kineticism characterized by disruption. Hang on, sorry. So the skull, the print between two panes of glass is extremely difficult to see. The image keeps the viewer searching, and in the vanity of the search, literally reveals a blindness to the image of death. Standing before skull, when it is hung on the wall at eye level, which I don't have a photograph of, we are pushed into constant motion, walking around the work, searching for the skull we know to be in the image. So I'm calling on your imaginations here. Richter forces the viewer into a never-ending game with the picture's evasion. The frame, filled with reflections of other paintings, the room, and as we see here, the sky, and of course the viewer's own head superimposed on the cranium. It is as if, when standing before this work, the process of looking is made synonymous with the simultaneous confrontation with and avoidance of our own death. So just to be clear, I don't have a photograph of me and the skull in print, but this is the skull 1983. The painting has been cased in perspex in the exhibition that's currently in the National Gallery in Berlin, and you can just see my reflection on the skull in the casing. Okay. So in the painting, the skull is removed from all context. It sits on a table, alone, looking to the right of the frame. Similar to the candles, the painting shows a lonely skull in an abstract space, tenderly depicted and softly reflected on a table surface. If we stand long enough in front of the painting, the skeleton starts to take on a certain sensitivity. The skull bathes in a soft light, suggesting an emotive warmth. However, this is not an image or object transforming death into life. Neither is it a simple memento mori that warns of the passing of time and the inevitability of death. It has a dimension that makes it ominous. By the time we look at the image as an edition coated in grey glass on the right, we are looking at our own death, our own funerary art. This is not a discovery we want to be making in an art exhibition. It is an image that we can no longer look at, literally. The complicity and equivocation continues. In the print sandwiched between two panels of grey glass, the skull is not just an image wiped away. There's nowhere from which to look at it without seeing ourselves, the room, reflected in its face. If the painting shows a skull without a context, the print inscribes the viewer and the contemporary physical environment as context. This work is transparent, the skull evaporates, disappearing before our eyes. So we are either frustrated by its escape or horrified at our head shaped by that of Richter's skull. So it's more than a work refusing our desire to photograph. It pushes and pulls the searching viewer, constantly redefining the space before it and around it. And by pointing to various inevitable deaths, it ruptures time. It is no longer invested in a simple perpetuation of the image through multiple reproductions, even though that's what it does. Rather, the work represents painting vanished. This is as far as painting can go, anticipating the end of the oeuvre. Like the cinematic image that does not exist as a material object, gone when the lights are turned on at the end of the film, Skull in reproduction is no longer. In its removal and refusal of the image, it is perhaps Richter's most perfect and final portrait of death. Thank you.
So if there are now some direct questions for Francis, we are happy to take them, but there will also be the possibility of discussing in the panel discussion. Yeah, so I would say we discuss in the end, and this gives us the chance to have a quick coffee now before we move on to the
Very important.
to move on to the next talk. Yeah, I don't know how many minutes we have.
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Guy is a civil engineer architect and emeritus professor of Ghent University, Department of Architecture and Urban Planning. In 2000, he founded the architecture studio SSA/XX, I don't know how you pronounce it, that has also a beautiful website, so check it out. For his work, he was nominated many times and won a number of prizes. For example, at the Venice Biennial of Architecture, he was nominated for the Architecture Award of the Province of Flemish Brabant and the European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture, Mies van der Rohe Award. Guy publishes on architecture and art. He also curates exhibitions and designs exhibition architectures and scenographies. His publications include a book on Belgian artist Narcisse Trottoir, co-edited with Adrian Vervet last year in 2022. This book accompanied the exhibition Narcisse Trottoir, Labor and Production, 1987 till 1998, shown in Machelen and Ghent. Guy also published a book on Belgian artist, urbanist, and artist Luc Deleu, co-edited with Wouter Davids and Stefan Verwoerd in 2012, and he co-authored the publication The School as Design Assignment, School Architecture in Flanders, 1995 until 2005, that came out in 2006. He is currently working on a book about philosophy and architectural theory with the wonderful title Architecture as Form of the Real. That sounds really fascinating. Please enjoy Guy's talk, Rooms and Clouds, Gerhard Richter and Architecture. The floor is yours, Guy.
Thank you for this introduction. I must say I'm very glad to be here, and I'm grateful to Francis Guérin for inviting me to contribute to this symposium on painting by other means with Gerhard Richter. The other mean I focus on is architecture, of course. The paper is based on an essay that was published a few years ago that I wrote in collaboration with Wouter Davids. And it was published in this book. So when I speak today, I speak for myself, of course, but also a bit for him, or on his behalf. He came here and was visited the archive and was received by Kirsten here at the archive a few years ago. So here it is. Gerhard Richter may be said to have an intricate relationship with architecture. In his work and practice, the artist has engaged with architecture on many levels. He has touched upon real as much as on abstract spaces, ranging from elemental representations of doors and windows to elaborate interiors, and from buildings to cities. He also realized several architectural sculptures, such as the Glasscheiben and Stehende Scheiben, and set up installations and series of works with a clear sensitivity to their spatial arrangement in the exhibition venue, such as, among many others, 48 portraits in the German Pavilion in Venice in 1972, the 8 graue Bilder for the Museum Abdeiberg in Mönchengladbach, or the 8 Grau in Deutsche Guggenheim Berlin in 2022. In addition, the artist conducted fruitful collaborations with architects. So for his contribution to Documenta 9 in Kassel in 1992, housed in the Au pavilions, he took up architect Paul Robert's proposal to cover the walls with walnut wood paneling. In this case, Richter not only relinquished the obligato white cube formula, but also responded to the ensuing cabinet-like condition with a floor-to-ceiling disposition of his work. And in an interview in 2006, he pointed out, a proper play needs a stage and pictures need architecture. It's quite simple. But is it really that simple? When in 1994, Richter received a questionnaire in preparation of a new building for hosting Tate Gallery's collection of modern art, he apologized to Tate director Nicola Serota for his incapacity in answering these questions. Even though he expressed a sincere interest in architecture, he declared, "That matter is so difficult for me, and my aversion for architects is so distinct that I rather could try to design a museum than being able to give you any useful answer." Richter's refusal to contribute to the Tate discussion was not simply a matter of temporary mood. Some 10 years before, in an interview with Dorothea Dietrich, he stated his dislike for architects in similar terms. The ineluctable nature of architecture, or in the words of Dietrich, the fact that a building is there and one cannot avoid it, apparently bothered him profoundly. That is why I sometimes hate architects so much. To erect a building is such a brutal thing, such an act of aggression. Painting is never like that. One can look away. It's fortunate that one cannot turn one's paintings into buildings. Still, paradoxically, just before that, he had expressed not only a genuine fascination with architecture, but also a desire to grant his paintings architectural amplitude. That is such a dream of mine, that pictures will become an environment or become architecture. That would be even more effective. End of quote. Richter's double-sided, overtly antithetic response was triggered by a question about a set of drawings of entire rooms, architectural drawings, to be found in Atlas, the vast album of photographs and sketches the artist initiated around 1969. Indeed, in the early years of the Atlas project, Richter included a series of plates in which he played with the imposition of sketchy and more elaborate perspective frames upon photographs of mostly clouds, on occasion mountains, and less frequently enlargement of paint streaks. In doing so, he made these pictures part and parcel of rooms and halls of different size and disposition. In this paper, I will examine these hitherto rarely discussed architectural drawings, these rooms or Räume, as Richter called them. While we try to make sense of their appearance in Atlas, we will also attempt to figure out what they stand for in relation to Richter's oeuvre as a whole, and how it exemplifies the artist's idiosyncratic understanding and use of architecture. Atlas appears as a bulky collection of images, mostly photographs, self-made, found, clipped, devoid of specific artistic claims, presented sometimes individually, but usually in groups and often in grids on standardized cardboard supports, consistently framed and numbered and loosely articulated in more or less discernible sets. These sets rely on a mix of subject-related and formal associations. Atlas is not a random accumulation of images. It is fanned and tissued by associative relations. On the one hand, it is an open-ended compilation of working material. On the other, it is a formally ordered but equally open artistic project. The rooms have the main part in the Atlas section going from plate 218 to 252. This group proceeds, so to speak, from the respective sections dedicated to the C-Stücke and the Wolken, which themselves partially interfere and overlap. Certain factual data provide some clues about the context in which the rooms group took shape. In the period 1970-1971, Richter had the prospect of a first major retrospective, which would take place at the Kunstverein in Düsseldorf from June to August in 1971. Panel 245, for instance, shows distinctly the architectonic features of this venue and appears to aim at exploring its possibilities as exhibition space. Of course, it is significant that in the build-up to such an event, the artist engages in making a vast set of architectural perspective drawings. As he confirmed to Hans Ulrich Obrist in an interview from 2014, the show in Düsseldorf was the first design for displaying his work that was actually carried out. And he found this design so important that he considered that it should be reproduced in the catalogue. He also included the drawings with scaled reproductions of the pictures in the very first version of the Atlas presented in Utrecht in December 1972, but withdrew them from later versions. The rooms group, however, stand out in a different sense. Indeed, among the vast majority of photographs, Atlas every so often includes installation schemes, sketches for exhibition settings, and tentative setups for commissioned works. So the large dimensions of the magnified details of brush streaks for the BMW commission, which are 3 meters by 6 meters, are verified by setting them against the representation of human silhouettes. You see a faint drawing of a human silhouette at the right side of this slide. What is more, the static group even contains 2 plates with trapezoid cutouts of aerial views mounted in perspectival sketches of interiors, strongly akin to those appearing in the Room series. But in these cases, the bodily and architectural expansion of the image, respectively, seems to be fueled by the problem of concretization. They aim at bridging the gap between a picture photograph and a picture painting. The perspectival specialization accomplished in the Room series, however, goes much further. Obrist remarked, depicting both real and imaginary exhibition spaces, these drawings explore basic relations between images and architecture in ways that range so widely the limits between art and space become blurred. Apparently, the Room series is launched by the superimposition or erasure of the outline of window frames onto cloud pictures. This is only a small step away from evoking a room around a picture. As the artist loosely draws a perspectival extension from the four corners of the picture, the whole gains architectural capacity. Such an operation may still be understood within the search for concretization or materialization, the problem of the transformation of a photographic image into a painting. Obviously requires a decision concerning dimensions and issues the correlated question of the influence of such a decision on the painting's effectiveness in display. But there is more, or at least something else at stake here. In this respect, it is perhaps important to point out that the period 1970-1971 was for Richter one of intense interchange and collaboration with Blinky Palermo. In 1917, he had a collaborative exhibition with Palermo. In 1971, he made 2 sculptures for a room by Palermo, and in the same year he included Fingerspuren, a painting made in collaboration with Palermo, in his Kunstverein retrospective. With the outline of window frames superimposed or left blank on cloud paintings, plates 214 and 215, which immediately precede the Room series, attest to an awareness close enough to the one demonstrated by Palermo in works like window wall paintings dating from the same period. Plate 219, for its part, represents a wall treatment that parallels Palermo's usually monochrome murals assumed to sectionalize space. Beyond the acknowledged role of architecture as the supplier of a scenic environment for paintings, architecture is called upon to integrate, or if you consider history, to reintegrate the pictorial economy. Anyhow, it is with an elementary gesture, the act of sketching a room around a picture photograph, which by the same token becomes an imposing picture painting, that the Room series runs up. From there on, various lines of development spin out. A first one concerns framing and repetition that come to articulate a neoclassical architectural order. This plot finds a counterpoint in Richter's adoption of one of deviant, the style or Brown-like arrangement. A second plot line consists in a mode of theatricalization, which results in stage-like environments. I wanted to find out what happens when pictures are staged. Richter explained in the conversation with Obrist in 2014. If it's possible to increase their effect, and if so, How and with what motives? The storyline abuts on the representation of a total environment that seems to completely rule out the public. In the same interview, he leaves on record that was the total picture I talked to Sigmar Polke about in the fictional interview with him in 1964. We discussed pictures so overwhelming in effect that they could have been used to torture or kill, and so weren't allowed to be shown again in public. A third line resumes the question of the effect of painting by betting on a quasi-unlimited magnification of scale. These plates, Richter indicated in an earlier interview with the same Obrist in 1993, represent sanctuaries for pictures with an incredible total effect. Utopian spaces, Obrist asked, and Richter to retort, and megalomaniac ones. In the more recent interview of 2014, the artist further commented that was wishful thinking or pleasure in provoking and opposing, because at the time there was a general move to reduce barriers, plus a certain degree of skepticism toward the sublime. Cologne Cathedral wasn't allowed to have steps anymore, which is why there is this ugly square in front of it, and the Haus der Kunst in Munich was supposed to be demolished because it was fascist. Now, it seems significant that the pictures used in these spatial representations are mostly clouds, or at any rate, pictures that, even though they are produced through a perspectival apparatus, as photographs obviously are actually devoid of perspectival markers such as horizon and vanishing point. In this respect, the pictures are insensitive as to their degree of enlargement and their position vis-à-vis a beholder. To put it simply, they may fit in whatever place, regardless of their scale. Therefore, the picture of a stately, perhaps authoritarian, neoclassical interior mounted in the scheme of a room drawn in central perspective with concurring horizon and vanishing point is not only an exception, but apparently a kind of counter-image for the whole rooms group. If this picture were to match the view of a beholder standing in the room, the dimensions of both the room and the picture would be determined within narrow margins. If anything, the pictures integrated in the room series represent the reverse of this severe constriction, but nonetheless, they are totalizing images. The rooms look out on rack or over mountains. One thinks of the picture window of the Berghof residence near Berchtesgaden and realizes that the overbearing, totalizing vision threatens to open onto a totalitarian prospect. With the painting as a window, Richter reconnects pictorial representation with this old episteme that shared about 5 centuries of modern culture and science, the postulated unity between world and thinking, perceiving subject. It is well known how photography supplanted painting on that field, and how, on the level of thought, this unity was undermined through the demise of the certainties about both terms of the relation. Richter came to painting when the soothing, unifying idea of painting was already played out. In 1986, he noted, "There is no central image of the world any longer. We must work out everything for ourselves, exposed as we are on a kind of refuse heap, with no center and no meaning. We must cope with the advance of a previously undreamt of freedom." The artist acknowledges this disenchanting freedom, and counters it with an extremely versatile production. In a stirring conversation with Benjamin Buchloh the same year, he strongly denied the latter's hypothesis that his work would aim at making a sort of catalogue of the rhetorical possibilities of painting. Despite the loss of the idea of painting, the artist remains committed to the ethos of painting. He does not propose another or a new idea for painting, but his work is entirely captivated with the quest for it. One could say that Richter's work is suspended in reflection. His thoughtful practice entirely resides in this moment that precedes the idea, where the universal is sought in the particular, through the example. In their individual closure, their determination, his pieces of work, be it large abstracts or cloud paintings, small landscapes or still lifes, color charts, gray monochromes or mirrors, glass plates, etc., are all examples of painting. It is as a whole that his oeuvre exposes the ethos of painting. Reflection is the place where antithetical formulas are played out. It is the proper place of dialectics. The space of reflection detaches itself from worldly determination. Commitment to the ethos of painting is this distance proper, the realization by the artist that his deeds and gestures do not belong to him, nor that they confront a swarming anonymous mass, but that they do address a ground community of culture. Hence, we can understand why Atlas is a necessary complement to Richter's oeuvre. It is the repository of the antithetic movements of his daily practice. Rejected formulas, dismissed thoughts can be kept and somewhat ordered there. Since Atlas is a storehouse of incongruous elements and a compendium of conflicting notions about painting, Buchloh aptly named it an anomic archive. But even within this overall unruly whole, the Room series erupts as an anomaly, since it stands out as an intemperate attempt to maximize the effect of painting. It destroys the distanciation carefully maintained in reflection. In an effort entirely oriented toward effectivity, reflection is ruled out. Such an overbearing exercise can leave a trace in Atlas, but it cannot be integrated in the oeuvre. By betting on painting's effectiveness, the Room series works against Richter's oeuvre as a whole. It overrates painting determination and likewise threatens to devaluate the artist's reflective practice. As for architecture then, in the Room series, it appears as an accrued subject to painting. That is the subject on which this adventurous but sidetracked expansion of Richter's practice is piggybacked. It is a dead branch of Atlas, bearing no fruits nor offspring. In a recent interview with Obrist, the artist called it a moment of wishful thinking. 20 years earlier, he had already conceded that the sketches were marked by a megalomaniac impulse. Hence, the rooms did not hold an appeal to be built in reality. That sort of thing only works in sketches, he acknowledged, because the execution would be unendurable, overblown, and bombastic. Nevertheless, he maintained the importance of making them. It was good to design sanctuaries of that kind, pictures with an incredible total effect. I thank you.
So I ask again if there are any direct questions for Guy now.
I would like to answer them.
If not, then I would say we now have our lunch break and come back at 2 o'clock for Aline's talk and have the discussion afterwards. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you.
So should I start? Yeah, can I start? Yeah, so welcome back after our very nice lunch break where we already started to discuss a lot. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Aline Guillermet. She's an art historian and currently teaches at the Department of Art History and the Institute of Continuing Education at the University of Cambridge. Aline received her PhD in art history and theory from the University of Sussex in 2015. She has held a Helena Rubinstein Fellowship in Critical Studies at the Whitney Museum Independent Study Program in New York, and she's a former Fellow of King's College, Cambridge. In 2017 until 2019, she co-convened the Digital Art Research Network at the Center for Research in the Arts, Social Sciences and Humanities at the University of Cambridge. Her research focuses on post-war German art as well as the impact of science and technology on artistic practices since the 1960s. Her recent publications include her paper entitled K.O. Goetz's Kinetic Painting and the Imagined Affordance of Television, and that was published in Media Theory in 2019. An article on the Hungarian-born French painter Vera Molnar and her computer paintings that came out in Representations in 2020. And I also want to mention an article from 2017 on Gerhard Richter's work, Painting Like Nature, Chance and the Landscape in Gerhard Richter's Overpainted Photographs, that Aline published in the journal Art History. Aline's monograph on Gerhard Richter and the technological condition of painting is forthcoming with Edinburgh University Press. It will come out in 2024. We are very much looking forward to it. And today we hear her talk from the context of this new book, I guess. Please, Aline, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kirsten, for this introduction. I want to thank Frances for her invitation. It's really lovely to be here. And thank you, Kirsten, also for hosting this symposium. It's true that this paper is very much in the context of my book on Gerhard Richter and the technological condition of painting. And I'm very pleased to present this here because it's the first time that I've presented this aspect of the book. So it's a nice opportunity for me as I'm finishing the manuscript to share this section and get some ideas and some feedback. So just a little bit of context about the book, because it is it really in dialogue with this idea of painting with other means. It's a book that argues that Richter has been revisiting the history of painting, the history of figuration and abstraction, with a view to updating the definition of painting in accordance to its changing technological context. And I'm interested in what becomes of traditional painterly genres. So I look at the landscape, at portraiture, at history painting, and at ornamental abstraction, when they are mediated and filtered and manipulated at the meeting point of science and technology. And with Richter, as you know, it takes the form of an interest in photography, in film, but also in scientific methods, scientific images, imaging techniques specific to science, and finally, of course, the digital technologies. And so this paper focuses on this aspect of the digital. So I'll put the slides up. Okay, from the start. I'll start by talking briefly about the works that Richter made in 2007 using digital technologies. So in 2007, Richter made the color chart 4,900 colors which you see here, and the Cologne Cathedral window in collaboration with a computer programmer. Both these works are geometric abstractions, and they are composed of small color chips whose arrangement results from computerized process of random selection. With these two works, the artist explicitly acknowledged his interest in the aesthetic possibilities of the digital for his painting practice. However, what I want to argue in this paper is that his interest in the possibilities of the digital predates these works, and that he was exposed to the idea of programming digital painting way before 2007. I suggest that if we want to understand Richter's interest in the digital, we must look to his training years at the Düsseldorf Art Academy when he was studying in the class of the painter Karl Otto Goetz. So in this paper, I offer a genealogy of Richter's interest in the digital by connecting it to Goetz's practice at the time, and I'll draw conclusions with respect to the shifting condition of abstract painting in a digital context. So Karl Otto Goetz was appointed professor of painting at the Düsseldorf Academy in 1959. He was then primarily known as an informal painter, so a painter of gestural abstraction. This is an example of one of his works from the 1950s. And he was well known for developing his own technique of painting using a large rake that he would drag the paint with across the canvas whilst being in a standing position. And this resulted in these swirling abstractions that you can see here. By 1959, however, Goetz had also begun producing another corpus of works in parallel to these bold gestural abstractions, namely a series of black and white geometric paintings, collectively known as the raster pictures, German, the Rasterbilder. The raster pictures are composed of small, approximately 2 centimeter black and white squares, hand-drawn with felt tip pen on paper or cardboard, as you can see an example here. And the structure of the works was modeled on the grid that underpinned the television image. So Goetz was very interested in the aesthetic possibility that the new medium of television afforded for painting. And hence the term raster, the name of the pictures, because this means both grid and screen in German. So it's both the idea of the underpinning grid of the painting, but also the idea of the analog electronic screen. And Goetz had worked with the radar screen during the war, and then continued to be very interested in these new developments with the television technology in the 50s. So here I'm showing you a fairly sort of small version, a small work, 50 by 65 centimeters, but he also made much bigger works, and these larger works were so work intensive, as you can imagine, they were all hand-drawn, that they required the participation of Goetz's students at the Düsseldorf Academy. And here is an example of a gigantic picture, which is 200 by 260 centimeters, which was produced between 1959 and 1961, and with the help of several students. So each of the students that collaborated were given a section, a Bristol board section to take home, and along with a set of instructions established by Goetz. And the instructions determined the arrangement of the black and white squares on the board. And then the boards were, in the end, pasted on the canvas. So this is really a composite work in this sense. Now, these instructions Goetz called a program. Programming here doesn't designate a computerized process, because this is way too early for this. Rather, it involves thinking of the image field as a combination of quantifiable, discrete, modular elements in a striking anticipation of the digital image. In painting, such a focus on the quantification of abstraction at the micro level had begun in the late 50s, For example, with the French painter François Morellet, who made paintings with random distribution systems of colored squares and triangles on canvas. But while Goetz's and Morellet's experiments were exactly contemporary, it seems that Goetz's inspiration came from an altogether different source. His artistic autobiography, Erinnerungen, indicates that when he produced the first raster pictures in 1959, his frame of reference did not include painting, but rather the intersecting fields of information theory and aesthetics. So in his artistic autobiography, he writes, "I calculated the information content with the help of information theory. The configuration of the small and big units was not determined, but rather resulted from statistical rules that I established." So by not determined, what he means is that because of the involvement of statistical rules, there was an element of chance in the distribution of the elements. So as I've argued elsewhere, by the 1960s, a few artists had become really interested in the artistic possibilities of information theory for visual arts, and they had become familiar with the basics of Claude Shannon's information theory. And this may be surprising for us now, but Goetz, for example, was very well versed in scientific texts and had read a lot on information theory. In 1949, Claude Shannon published an essay entitled A Mathematical Theory of Communication, which was concerned with the communication between a sender and a receiver and along a channel. And at the time, the important question was, how much information can we transfer along this channel? How much information can we process without losing information? And the question that Shannon was asking is, how much can we compress information? What's not needed and what's absolutely necessary? And in this context, Shannon defined information as entropy, or another way of saying it as randomness. So I've put a couple of examples here. So if you've got a message that's composed of 10 A's, it's possible to compress it very easily because it's the same information over and over. So you can just say 10 times A and you've got the message. But if you've got, so that's a low entropy message, low information, no surprise. If you've got a message with a random suite of letters, because it's random, you can't anticipate what's coming next. So it's completely impossible to compress in that sense, without losing important information. And that's what Shannon described as high entropy or high information of the message. Now, from the point of view of the visual arts, it becomes possible to quantify the composition of an image in using exactly those terms of redundancy and randomness. And here are two very extreme examples of how it works out. If you've got a completely redundant content of information, you've got a completely repetitive pattern, a very boring set of lines. If you've got a high level of randomness, you end up with an image on the right where you can't even begin to distinguish a pattern because there's no repetition. The information is it's too complex to form a pattern. So this was very inspirational for a lot of visual artists in the 60s, and they began to think about artistic composition as a balancing operation between redundancy, where the image structure is repetitive, and randomness, where the image structure is very complex. And for Goetz, this information theory provided the basis for programming the compositional structure of the raster pictures. A second influence on Goetz was the development of information aesthetics, which was a strand of European philosophy inspired by information theory that aimed to apply information theory to the philosophy of art. And one of the key figures in this movement was a French philosopher and physicist called Abraham Moll, who, in his reading of information theory, a message is organized according to a hierarchy of levels. And he defined the dynamic between the different levels of signs in an image. So he reads the images along a linguistic model. there are small units and then broader units, which so the small units are the signs, and then the broader units, which we might think of as pattern emerging, become called the supersigns. So to quote Moll, a supersign is a normalized and routinized assemblage of signs from the inferior level. So this was in the 70s that he was developing this information aesthetics. So Goetz, following Moll, Goetz organized his raster pictures hierarchically, where the smallest 2x2 elements could be combined to create visual fields of different sizes, from smaller aggregates, which he called building block, Baustein, to much larger superfields, or superfelder, in reference to Moll's supersigns. And I'm showing you an example of how this worked at the level of the blocks that he was working with, where you have a unit of 6, a block of 6 units, and then within that unit there's some permutation possible. And this is how he was working with the different levels of density in the canvas. So what's interesting is that Goetz's application of information theory to the picture field introduced permutability at every level of the image, not only at the traditional level of the macrostructure, but also at the microstructure level, down to the smallest chip within each individual block. And this is what leads us back to Richter and to the work that I showed you in my introduction. Richter's first computer-generated work, 4009 Colors, exemplifies a similar permutability. 4,900 colors is made of 196 individual square panels, each composed of 25 squares of different colors. And the color arrangements was determined by a computer based on the 25 color scale chosen by Richter. And what's interesting in this context of discussing a modular work with permutability is that Richter designed 11 variations of the work, each of which realizing a unique permutation based on a different structural level of the image. So I've put a couple of examples on the left-hand side where you've got the first variation at the top, an example from the third variation. So the first variation uses the original panels, which are composed of the 25 original spray-painted color squares, and that's the smallest unit, the smallest building block in that variation. And each panel measures 48.5 by 48.5 centimeters. So you have these panels that can be arranged in a number of configurations. And if you look all the way to the right, the 11th and final version aggregates all of the previous fields into a single work composed of 4,900 squares. And as shown here, it measures more than 6 meters by 6 meters. The 11 variations of the work reveal that what in information aesthetic terms is referred to as different sign levels. So this is this strong reference to the way Goetz was working at the time. Yet the connection between Goetz and Richter's color charts has remained overlooked in the literature to date. And so the question I want to investigate here is, what is the nature of this connection, and what can we draw from this connection for our study of Richter? The color chart, 4,900 colors, is part of a long series of color charts that Richter started in the 1960s. The early color charts have mostly been discussed in the context of pop art, mostly, or at least in part, because of what the artist suggested himself. So in his interviews, he talks about the link with pop art. And also, I think, because it's confirmed by the fact that most of these works really seem to mimic or to imitate a commercial color chart, colored samples, in a way which is really so evocative of pop art. So I'll show you in a minute some of those early ones which really seem to be modeled on commercial color samples. And I think, as Frances was saying earlier, there's so many different influences in Richter. It's always very interesting and very difficult to pin him down to one context, because there is this strong influence of pop art, but there's also a lot of more local influences within the German context. So one thing that I think is important to remember is that the color charts were produced in a context already permeated by early digital technologies. By the mid-1960s, the growing interest in information theory and its application to the fields of aesthetic and communication had reached the Düsseldorf Art Academy. And this is something that one can see in some of the works by Beuys at the time, some of the work by Polker. And we know also, for instance, that Moll, Abraham Moll, the physicist, gave 2 lectures on information aesthetics at the Academy in 1965 on Goethe's invitation. So this was very much in the air at the time. And secondly, and crucially for my argument, and this is what I'll focus on in what follows, there's evidence that Goethe's raster pictures may have directly influenced Richter's artistic imagination at the time. I mentioned at the start of this talk that some of the bigger pictures were produced in collaboration with the student population there, Goethe's students. And Density, the really gigantic picture, had been produced between 59 and 61. And now Richter only joined Goethe's class at the Academy in the summer of 1962, and therefore he could not have been among those students who helped Goethe during this daunting task. There's, however, a compelling reason to believe that Goethe's experiments with programming painting could have influenced Richter. And this is to do with the work that comes right after Density, the Density painting. It's a film called Density as well, which Goethe produced at the time when Richter was a student of his. So just a bit of background about this film. From the first raster builder onwards, Goethe's ambition had been to produce what he described as kinetic electronic painting. And by this he meant a form of animated painting, which would have used the affordances of analog electronics at the time. Again, inspired by the plasticity of the radar screen, the plasticity of what he imagined as the television screen. Goethe understood this affordance in analogy with the moving electrons of the television screen and the discretized image that they enabled. Unfortunately, for technical reasons, he never succeeded in making this dream come true. So he never succeeded in making kinetic electronic painting how he had imagined it. And instead, between 1962 and 1963, he attempted to produce kinetic painting by other means, so very timely for this conference, by using an animation camera and by animating hand-drawn raster images using this animation camera. And this resulted in the film Density 10221, which is a 15-minute-long documentary that ends with a sequence of flickering black and white kinetic painting. So I'm going to attempt to screen a very short section of this film, or 2 very short sections actually. The resolution is not good, so it will look fairly blurry. It's not meant to be blurry. It is meant to be flickering, but sorry, I'm just going to move it forward a little bit. Oh, sorry, I think the technology is not cooperating, unfortunately. we have a slight internet problem.
Die Auslöser bei anderen Veranstaltungen könnten das mal anschließen.
Vielleicht.
That's not working.
Es fehlt nur diese Seite, wo man das bestätigen muss. Das kommt wieder nicht.
Is it working now?
No, it's not.
I'm still not.
Oh, maybe no.
It seems to be. Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I think this is going to work. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I won't jinx it. I'll just press play for now. Just don't want to upset the video. So what I wanted to show you is this is the beginning where the permutations are very slow, and if technology allows, I'll show you the end of the film where the permutations are at a different rate. It has a completely different effect. Okay, so I'll just pause this for now. I'll show you one more thing in 1 second. So the film was made in close collaboration with Karin Martin, who now Karin Goetz, the artist's widow, who is filmed in the film. There's a part of the film that's a documentary-like section where she's filmed copying a raster pattern with a felt tip pen from the program, which is a thick word of instructions established by Goetz, which compiled all of the permutations necessary to achieve this result. So this is the bit I wanted to show you because it's very interesting to see what the program actually consists of. Okay, so while the film only shows Karin Martin at the time and Goetz himself at work, given the magnitude of the task, it's plausible that most students were involved. And indeed, according to Christine Mehring, the film was, and I quote from Mehring's article, and the film was executed with the intensive help of his students at the Düsseldorf Academy, including his soon-to-be wife, and Gerhard Richter. I've checked this with Christine Mehring, and she says she does remember Karin Goetz saying that to her, and she said that she hasn't checked it with Richter, but that it's anyway something that is so far in the past that it's difficult to get to have established facts in this way by talking to people. So I thought that was very interesting. In terms of methodology as well, of establishing facts in recent art history. But anyway, Richter's involvement in the project appears highly plausible given that he had joined Goetz's class in the summer of 1962, so right at the moment this was being made. And the move to Goetz's class, I suggest, was highly significant in triggering Richter's interest in the artistic use of statistical parameters, such as disorder and redundancy rates, before 2007. An aesthetic of indeterminacy already informs some of the earlier color charts. And one striking example of this is the color chart that I'm showing you here, 192 colors, which is interestingly Richter's first color chart according to the artist himself, even though it's catalogued in the middle of his 1966 color chart production, which is something that Dietmar Elger has established. The painting stands out, firstly, by being the only chart to be executed in oil, where the other charts are produced that same year, so in 1966, were all made with commercial enamel Ducolux paint. In addition, and that's what's really interesting for me here, it's immediately apparent that the organization of the colors on the surface of the canvas defeats the purpose of the traditional color chart. If you take this example for another example of a contemporary color chart, you can see that the other charts in the series tend to be organized chromatically on the model of a commercial color chart that you would use if you want to paint your bedroom. Where by contrast, in this one, Richter has carefully arranged the colors so as to avoid any pattern formation. 192 colors depart from the ready-made aesthetic, typical of the other works in the series, and instead offers a bridge between the visual aesthetic of pop and randomized geometric abstraction. And Dietmar Elger has confirmed that for this specific work, and that's a quote, Richter chose the colors at random and distributed them on the squares, which were laid out in pencil lines as arbitrarily as possible, end quote. So in this manner, this color chart conforms to the low redundancy rate and correspondingly high randomized aesthetic that characterize the raster pictures of Goetz. And to give you an example, Goetz calculated the redundancy rate of density, the painting density, to be 0.1%. So extremely low redundancy rate, extremely high randomness rate. And this is what gives this, this very randomized aesthetic. So to conclude, the connection I trace between Goetz's programmed pictures and Richter's work opens up new ways of thinking about abstract painting in a digital context. And I want to conclude by looking at two further works by Richter, two further digital works, the book Patterns and the series of paintings called the strip paintings, or series of prints rather, called the strip paintings. So Goetz was first and foremost known for his artistic production as a painter of informal abstraction, as I said at the beginning, and he was keen to separate his work as a painter from his experiments that he was conducting with the statistical distribution of geometrical shape on the canvas. He insisted that the raster pictures, that's a quote from the Erinnerungen, had nothing to do with the informal paintings. And yet, Goetz thought of the lack of pattern formation resulting from a high level of randomness in the raster pictures in analogy with the gestural abstractions. So he wrote at another point that the raster pictures resembled informal pictures due to their lack of clearly defined forms. So in connecting the two poles of his artistic production through the common denominator of visual entropy, Goetz unwittingly suggests that it may be possible to bridge the gap between two forms of abstraction, the gestural and the geometric, in a striking anticipation of Richter's use of the digital in the two works I'll now consider in the concluding section, Patterns and the strip paintings. So the strip paintings are a series of digital prints mounted between aluminium and a transparent layer of acrylic glass produced between 2011 and 2015. And not only are they digital prints, but they also result from a digital process, namely from the digital fragmentation and manipulation of an earlier painting by Richter, abstract painting, Catalogue Raisonné 724-4 of 1990. And in order to make the strip paintings, Richter processed this painting through a computer program by vertically dividing the image first in half, in quarters, in eighths, and so on, all the way to 12 divisions. And this is a slide, a photo taken from the book Patterns, which documents this process. I'll say more in a moment about this. And as shown here, each stage of division creates strips of progressively narrowing width, but of the same height as the original painting. This division process happens 12 times, generating a total of 8,190 strips. At each stage of division, the strips are mirrored and repeated. And this is the crucial aspect, is this mirroring and repetition, because this is what generates these shapes and recurring patterns. And so this is the cover of the book, Patterns. So I've got the the French edition, so it's motif in French. And here you've got an image from the first division. So if you recall the abstract painting, which looked like this has been already split in half and duplicated, sort of mirrored and duplicated. So the artist book Patterns documents this process. It's also a work of art in its own right, I think. And it goes from the first division. You have an example here where the images are looking like these Rorschach images. And then as the divisions progress, we start getting a series of arresting patterns. You might start seeing flowers, butterflies, leaf patterns. And this is why the book is called Patterns, because there's really a return of the ornament aesthetic in this way, something which I refer to as the digital ornament. And interestingly, toward the end of the book, the ornamental aesthetic begins to collapse into the strict geometry of the strip paintings. So this is an example from the 9th division. Oh, sorry, what have I done? And an example from the 11th division here. And you can see that by the end, by the 11th and 12th division, the sections of the painting that are being mirrored and duplicated have become so thin. And you have an example, a friend of mine who's a digital artist re-split the painting into strips and sort of extracted this extremely narrow strip for me. And so if you imagine this being repeated alongside this axis, it will end up in a very repetitive image, and this is what forms the basis for these very, very geometric works that are the strip paintings. And that's what you end up with. So in conclusion, through the evolution documented in Patterns, I suggest that Richter updates the aesthetic category of the ornament for the digital age. Just as Goethe had already, if unwittingly, intuited over half a century ago, the digital, and in this case, the digital ornament, mediates between established aesthetic categories. The spontaneity of a gestural abstraction and geometry, disorder and order, the curve and the line. In progressively deconstructing the formal difference between the gestural character of abstract painting and the pure geometry of the strips, the digital ornament reveals that the boundaries between the gestural and the geometric have become porous. And in so doing, it updates the established aesthetic categories of painterly abstraction for the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we now say goodbye to people who are online, and we'll start our discussion, our panel discussion, and we can now think of how we can do it. Either the three of you come up front, and then we start to get into a discussion, or because we are not too many people, we could maybe also sit very close on the side and make it a bit more informal, not standing, so we don't have to stand in front. And what do you think? Yeah? Just sit here?
I think the chairs are attached to each other.